Oh, music. All right, it is Saturday, January 11th, 2025, and it was snowing yesterday, so we have snow outside of our house, which means I'm trapped indoors, which means it's time to get some work done. So today, there's something I want to try, and there's no guarantee this is going to work. It could be a massive waste of time, but there is in Unreal Engine, when you're working with widgets like these for user interface stuff, as they get a little bit further away, you'll notice that they have, I don't know how well this is showing up on stream, but you'll notice they have pretty bad aliasing or stair stepping. And there's a fix for that in Unreal Engine and for the Meta Quest called stereo layers, where it'll render your graphics on a layer on top of the gameplay. And it's a lot cleaner and a lot crisper, and it can still calculate depth to put 3D objects in front of your widgets. The only downside is if you're using a stereo layer, it doesn't get transparency, so I wouldn't be able to just overlay it on the map like this. So I have an idea to try to use stereo layers by recreating the shading of this backdrop in my widget. Mobius Finch, good morning, how's it going? So this is going to be an absolute pain in the ass, but I think in the long term it might be a better play. And then we'll also have to redo the scoreboard, so I'll probably make some geometry for that with the rounded corners, and then just make the scoreboard background color match that so that you can't tell that the widget's not transparent. That's the plan. We'll see if we can get it working or not. That's another question. So let's get to it. So today, instead of working in Unreal Engine a whole bunch, we're gonna work some in Blender. And the reason this is gonna be difficult is because I have to do some things. So you'll notice that I have red, green, and blue lights on my map. Red, green, blue. This is so I can control the lighting in Unreal Engine using material parameter collection. Oh my god, Unreal, go away so I can see the chat. So let me see if I can find that, so I can sort of demonstrate. That's light spaz. Take 3. Map light parameters. So I have this material parameter collection. So none of this is actual lighting in my game. It's all materials. So for instance, this one controls the brightness of this light, and this is just adjusting values in the shaders. Because what I did is I split out the red, green, and blue channels and used those as lights on top of my material, on top of the texture, the albedo. So I can control the lights without there actually being any lights on the map. So what we're gonna do is reconstruct the lighting specifically for the screen as its own thing. And that's gonna limit us on what we can do with these lights, but I don't really use any of these individually anyway. So we're gonna try to reconstruct this screen so that it looks like it sits just correctly in place. And it's gonna be very difficult, especially to get everything lined up, but I think it'll be worth it in the long run because the aliasing is really bothering me. So let's get to it. Also, my cat is meowing at me through the door. And to do that, we want a higher resolution texture than what our default is. So we're gonna rebake out this lighting, but at a higher resolution. So I'm gonna go ahead and select these these faces, and let's go ahead and just make a new UV map. We'll call this Big Screen Boy. Set that to our render UV. And we'll go ahead and let's see where the top is. Just double check that this is correct. So there and there seems to be the top. So we know which way to rotate this. We're going to select this, rotate it this way, put it up here in the corner. And then set our 2D cursor to this corner. We're going to scale based on cursor and then just scale it up so that it matches the boundary of our document here. Maybe even get closer, honestly. So now we can set the cursor there and do the same thing on the other side. Okay, so now we can select that island, hide it, and then select all this jazz and just scale it down. Doesn't really matter. We just need the screen. We're gonna make an entire image out of just the screen. And to do that, we're gonna turn on whichever lights we want. Ignore these ones for now. We're gonna reconstruct this in Photoshop in a second. So we want these lights active. And what we're gonna do is oh no. We're gonna have to rebake the screen textures. New plan. We're just gonna skip this step to see. There's no reason in going through all this if it's not even gonna work. So let's just see if it works first, and then up-res if we need to later. I feel a little bit dumb. So we're gonna go to G, Documents, Game Design, Punch Bomb Quest, Assets, Maps, PB Map. Hello, Max, how's it going? Textures, Walls, Ceiling. And then this should get us there. We're looking for these, I believe. So we're gonna open these. I think I can work with this. And then we need our base color for the wall. Which has all of the detail in it. So give me 1 second. Wow, morning allergies. So what we're gonna do is copy paste these. Like that. And then we're gonna, it's really hard to see what's going on. So we're gonna add an adjustment layer just to brighten things up a bit. So we can see where our boundaries are. So what we're looking for is let's go ahead and export a UV map of this so that we can see where the boundaries for this mesh are, so we know where to scale to get our image that we're trying to make here. So we'll do, although let me check something. What is going on? Okay, this does go all the way up. It does not go all the way to the edges. We're gonna have to fix that. We're gonna have to make it go all the way to the edges. So let's always able to talk to yourself while working, or is this a skill I developed after begin streaming? It's something that came kind of naturally to me, but definitely get better at it the more you do it. I think anybody can develop any skill. Let's do UV, export UV layout. And we'll put this under textures, I guess. Or, no, I don't want to get fancy here. We'll just do 0, make it 2048 by 2048, and we'll call this wall UVs. Export that, bring it into Photoshop just so we can get a good idea of where the edges of our mesh are. Hey, Spams Killer, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. So we'll take that. Way too many files here. Did I not export that? Did I put it under textures? I did put it under textures. So if we grab our UVs, like so, invert the color on those, we now know where the edge of our mesh is. So we can take all of this, unlock the background, duplicate, oh, let's move the curves back up so we can see things. Yeah, that'll work. Perfect. That should be pretty good. And then we'll go ahead and set the center of our transform to here. Thanks so much on the tutorial for the creator code. You're welcome. I'm glad people still find that stuff useful. I haven't touched that channel in a while. New in development? No, I've been working on this for a while. And then I was working on the previous version of it for a while. I'm trying to do something kind of dumb today. That's how you came across my page. Well, I'm glad you found it. I'm glad people are still getting use out of that stuff. I'm glad it still works with the modern versions of Blender. Okay, that looks about right to me. So we can, oh, it was a message for spams. I've been working on this for way longer than I should be. Okay, that'll get us close. So we can also, little max. And I haven't used 3ds Max in ages. I think the last time I touched it was high school. It's probably changed a whole lot since then. I'm old as shit. This could work potentially. So now we need to split out the red, green, and blue channels of these. This is where things get tricky to match up what we have here. So I'm gonna need some hex codes for the light colors. Oh, no, we just need white. Oh. No. Is this tinted or no? It's not. That's how we're gonna do it. So we just need to we need to get these white so we can change the tint in Unreal Engine. And so I'm gonna re-explain what I'm working on here. I have these menu widgets, they're UMG widgets in Unreal Engine that show like your score and stuff while you're playing the game. The problem with using a UMG widget is that the widget 3D objects have pretty bad aliasing. It's a little bit hard to see, but you can probably see it on stream. The stair stepping around the edges here and here. It's passable in game, but it doesn't look great. So there's a solution for that. You can use something called a VR stereo layer, where it'll take your widget and put it on like a separately rendered layer in VR that's just the image, and it comes out a lot more crisp and better aliased and better anti-aliased. And you can do a depth pass so that objects will still go in front of that layer. The only problem being, when you use a stereo layer, it doesn't have transparency. So I'm trying to fake the transparency by putting my wall texture in the widget itself. And since all of my lighting is baked outside of Unreal Engine, I should be able to do that. We're gonna find out. It might be a giant waste of time, but I think it's worth doing to get rid of the aliasing. So that's what I'm working on this morning. So for this, we need to separate out the red, green, and blue channels, which is honestly a lot easier not in Photoshop. But we're gonna do it here anyway. So I'm gonna... I kind of forgot how to do this. Oh, there should be like a channels panel, right? Haven't used this in Photoshop in a while. So we'll copy red, paste. We'll copy green. Oh shit. Okay, red, green, blue. So copy red. Oh, it's not. Okay, we have to do a Control Shift V to paste in place. Sounds like it might work. I hope it works, because we're gonna lose some benefits. Like being able to control individual lights. But I think the positives of not having ugly aliased edges will outweigh the negatives. Okay. And I don't use Photoshop enough anymore. It's kind of... Okay, so copy that. Paste that. So now we have our red, green, and blue channels. Why is blue so much brighter? That's interesting. That should not be the case. Let's try that again. These look darker in practice. That's interesting. I'm gonna turn off the UVs real quick. Let's try this again. Or, yeah, okay, so channels, red, copy, paste. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Green, copy, paste. Blue, copy, paste. I'll give us red, green, blue. And if we set these to additive or screen, I do additive, I guess. Then we can combine them together to get lighting. Oh, man, I'm still waking up. Had to do 3ds Max for architecture class. Sorry, I missed that message. That makes sense. I'm surprised. One thing I saw that they used in architecture at my school, I went to the Savannah College of Art and Design. They were big on, I think, Google SketchUp which is a pretty cool tool. I don't know if it still exists. Okay, so red, the most important one here. Green. If this was node based, you just separate out the channels and don't have to do all this work. I should have just done this in Blender or something. Wait, why is green so bright? Oh, it's not. I still had red enabled. No. I did not mean to hit delete. Okay, green. Looks like we barely even need green or blue. They don't contribute very much. Blue. So now we can add each of these to our additive color space here. And we have lighting. And we want to add these on top of our wall image. Which means all of these need to be set to add. And then we can adjust the brightness of them. It's like, that looks pretty cool. We need to normalize the lighting, I guess. So I'm gonna... Geez, my cats are making noise. What am I trying to do? So in my game, none of the lighting is actual lighting. It's all in the textures because it's on a mobile VR headset. I did that for optimization reasons, and it's a pretty good way of doing it. So all of this is pre-baked into the material, and then I can just control the brightness of the material to control the lighting. And I can change the colors and stuff. Makes for really nice reactive arcade style lighting. And so what I'm trying to do is I have these widgets for my menu. So like when you're in the game, let me I can just hit play honestly in viewport. It's a VR game, so I'm gonna have move some things around manually here, testing in the viewport. But like this is my menu, so pretend that I'm in VR right now. I don't feel like putting on the headset quite yet. And I'm moving my hand around, and I hit these buttons. Oh, I still have my traces on for testing stuff. Alright, you hit these buttons and the menu reacts. So I have these widgets. They look pretty cool. The only problem being that widgets like this have pretty bad aliasing or stair stepping in VR. There's a fix for that called VR stereo layers, where you can put your widget on an entirely separately rendered pass above your game that only shows up in VR, and that makes the edges nice, clean, and crisp, and it looks really good. The problem being that those layers don't support transparency, and my widgets are like completely transparent. So I'm going to try to fake the transparency by putting my wall texture in the background of the widget. Since all of my lighting is part of the texture, I think I can get away with it. So that's what we're going to try to do today. It could be a massive waste of time. I think it's worth trying to fix the aliasing. So that's what we're doing right now. I just have to normalize the lighting. So let's add a curves that only affects the layer below it, which should affect the entire group. And then we can adjust the lights here. This is how I I think there's a difference between working in an 8-bit and a linear color color spaces are not my expertise. This looks way different in Unreal. I don't think we want these to be like fully bright. So we're just trying to match the lighting of the game-ish. And then we can tint these in Unreal Engine. So if we add like curves here, I can demonstrate what that'll sort of look like. You should go do games instead of watching someone other make games. Do it! Alright, make a cool game. The world needs more cool games. This is just a simple VR game where you punch things, because why not? I think we can make these a little bit brighter and higher contrast. Oh, higher contrast, brighter. We just don't want any, we don't want it to blow out. That looks pretty good, I think, in terms of lighting. So now, oh, I know what we can do. We can, honestly just turn off the widgets and screenshot this so we know what kind of look we're going for. I'm gonna put this on the top layer just so we know what kind of brightness we're going for. And I feel like it's not too far off in terms of brightness. Maybe, let's see. I feel like maybe the top needs to be a little bit darker. So let's try to match the coloring here. Looks like it's more green. So we're only gonna have, we have to get the brightness right, because we're only gonna have one control for tint in Unreal Engine when we bring this into UMG. UMG stands for Unreal Motion Graphics. It's their whole system for making interfaces. So we can honestly probably make these a little bit darker. It looks like they don't have that much of an effect. And then we can also make the overall lighting darker. Something like that maybe. Understand it's a little bit brighter here than it is in the game. I think we'll be able to control that to some extent. We're just trying to match the general look here, and then we don't want it to be tinted. We're going for black and white lighting. Okay, so this is where things get tricky. I'm going to go ahead and crop this down to match the UVs. I don't want this to stay. I just want to crop. Dude, screw you, Photoshop. Can I just, like, crop it? There we go. Okay, so we will crop you about right here. We just have to get close. It doesn't have to be perfect because it's far away from the player. That looks about right to me. We'll crop there. Actually, let's go ahead and really quickly just save this as before we crop it, just so we have a backup option if we need it, and then we can crop it. I'm really big on non-destructive editing. If I can do something in a way where I can always back up, I vastly prefer that. So now we'll save this as cropped. Okay, this should... Oh, this isn't showing up on our wall background. Our wall background is having no effect. Oh, it is. Barely, though. The heck? We want the cool striping. That's the whole reason we're doing this. So let's add another curves layer here because I like doing things non-destructively. We'll boost this and then lower it back down. Get some of that nice striping in there. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Okay, so now we can do Control-Alt-S, save it as a PNG, and just call this wall texture UMG. Come back into Unreal Engine. And now, this is going to be the hard part. We need to get our UMG widget matching all the way out to the edge here. That's going to be a pain in the ass. Okay, here we go. No way around it. Just have to bite the friggin' bullet and do it. Getting that to match perfectly is gonna be very difficult. So here we are. I have this little window where I can adjust the parameters of it. I'm gonna do it off screen, just so we can see what's going on over here. Which means I can't see the chat for a little bit. Okay, so let's grab our widget. We need this to be just a little bit wider. The problem with this is it's cylindrical. So every time we adjust it, we have to adjust the cylinder as well. I need to write down these parameters. So we had 1920 by 650 for draw size. And then cylinder arc angle of 63. Very important. So we're gonna have to adjust all of this to get it as close as possible. Let's do 1960. Getting closer, maybe 1980. Because then we're gonna have to adjust the arc angle, and this is gonna be a lot of back and forth. Let's see, 64 for the arc angle, maybe. What the hell? I said 64. I don't know why it went to 180. Wait, is that making it? I can't tell if that's making it. Here, let's just see. 75. Okay, that is making it more warped. That's good. That's what we're looking for. That's a little bit too much. Let's just see. We have to find the magic number combination. .180 makes it perfectly cylindrical. Or half cylinder. I wonder if I can just figure this out with math. Ugh, man. So okay. 180. We can figure out that rotation, I think, for the arc angle by because we know that this is a cylinder. So if we add a plane, rotate at 90 degrees. So rotate it, let's just scale you up to see. Rotate it to match. I'm not good at math, so we're gonna use a visual helper to sort of figure this out. We want to get this like matched up perfectly. Oh, well, it was like way back there. That's what we're trying to match up with. So let's select this. We're trying to match up to there. Close enough. Apply that rotation. Excuse me. Jeez. if we rotate up here, we can see, where's my little item toolbar? What the hell? Oh, there we are. This rotation is about 70.665. So we were close. 70.665 for the arc. And now I just need to figure out the width. So let's try 2000. Almost. That's pretty damn close. I don't know why the arc isn't matching up though. It should be damn near perfect, but it's pretty far off. Maybe? Actually? No, I think it's pretty far off. Yeah, it's pretty far off. Damn. I thought I was clever. Is it though? Yeah. It's really hard to tell how far off we are. Let's just try like 1990. Nope, that makes it even tighter. Another option. We can just see how big this is in practice. Like how wide it needs to be. Give me a second. Like I said, allergies fucking worst in the morning. Hey, I appreciate the follow. The theater bowl. Thea Treble. I just butchered your name, sorry. Okay, we'll set our 3D cursor to the center of the screen. I'm glad you're not mad about it. Okay, so now we can rotate this to flatten it out and then see how big it is. And then our numbers, I don't know if they're gonna translate perfectly to Unreal, but maybe it'll get us close. We're just trying to flatten out this screen. And I can't just like scale it flat because I need to know the exact dimensions of this. Ooh, this is not, that's pretty close to flat, but it's not perfect. That could be part of our issue as well. Oh no. I have messed up. I'm not rotating based on the cursor. Shit. There we go. It should go a lot smoother now. As long as we get close enough, that's what matters. And then the the stereo layer cylindrical version uses completely different parameters to determine what your cylinder looks like. So that's going to be a whole thing too. I did not snap this. There we go. I don't really have to zoom in this far and get this close. I'm just a dirty, rotten perfectionist. I don't even know if this is going to mash up or not. I'm trying to get into game dev in Unreal Engine. I'll try to explain what I'm doing. Right now I'm in Blender just trying to figure out some measurements. So in Unreal Engine, I have these widgets for my menu. For my VR game. But the problem is on Vulkan, which is the mobile rendering engine for my standalone VR headset, you'll notice that we get pretty bad aliasing or stair stepping on the widgets. So there, you can see it there too. It's a little bit distracting in game. I think it's passable. It's just I think we can fix it, so we're trying to. So in VR, there's something called a stereo layer where you can put 2D graphics on an entirely separate render pass to your game that only shows up in the headset, and those graphics end up a lot more crisp and nice looking than the UMG widgets here. And you can also apply a depth pass to that, so even though it's rendering on top of your game, things that go in front of it still look like they're going in front of it. The only problem being a stereo layer doesn't support transparency when it's locked to the world. And if you look at my widgets here, they're transparent. So I'm gonna fake, I'm trying, we don't know if this is gonna work or not. So what I'm trying to do is fake the transparency by putting this wall texture inside of my menu. Since all of my lighting is done outside of Engine, I do it as part of the textures to keep the game performant on mobile. I can show you that. So I have all of the lighting you see on the map is controlled by texture values. So I can control individual lights using a global texture parameter. So instead of having this screen here, I'm going to add the screen to the background of my widget so it'll look like it's transparent, but it's really not. So that's what we're trying to do right now. The problem is I'm using a cylindrical widget, so I'm trying to figure out the exact measurements of this screen. So right now I'm straightening the screen out to try to figure out how wide it is when it's not cylindrical. You're nodding your head. Me too. Need estimating and stuff. Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out the width of the screen. Because I figured out what I think the angle is for the cylinder. I just need to figure out the width. I just have to get close. And right now I'm not, apparently. Almost there. I don't know if this is going to give us a correct estimation or not, because measurements between Unreal and Blender are probably different. I also don't know if I've scaled the map at all in Unreal Engine. In which case, if I have, shit. Alright, so let's see how wide this is. This is 17.1 meters. Okay, so we're looking at 1707.46 centimeters. This must be scaled up. Let's see. It's not even anywhere close. So if that's correct, then I should be able to just say 1707.4, but that's gonna be by, what was the angle I decided? Yeah, it's just not right. Damn. Yeah, it's off. You can see that it's bent more than the... You're gonna stick to music production and leave the dev to your husband? That's understandable. Yeah, okay. Well. Oh my god, my cat won't shut up. I'm gonna go appease her for a second. She does this thing where she comes and scratches and meows on my office door, then I open the door and she runs off. I just had to go open the door real quick. I think she just wants to know that I'm here. Man. Well, we were close. I think we're just gonna have to finagle it until we get there. So let's set this back up to close to 2000. Yeah, she just wants attention. I think this is her zoomy time of the day. So from our player perspective here, we need to get this closer. Yeah. Okay, let's set this down to like 69. And too wide. Yeah, those measurements should have been spot on. Why is that? Is this being parented to something? Is that what's going on? No parents. So why is scaling on the x-axis being so weird? Oh. Oh, it's rotated. I see. So if I apply the scale, apply the rotation, now we end up here, which seems a lot closer to what we're looking for. My measurements might still be correct. So we're looking at 1990.67. That sounds a lot better. And then, what was my angle measurement? My angle measurement was 70.665. That should get us a lot closer. So now I'll just move it back a little bit. God, I wish widgets weren't such a pain in the ass to work with. It looks a lot closer, but we're not quite there. Oh my god, Unreal. Why are you such a pain in the ass to work with? Okay, let's see. Wish I could tell where this was intersecting, and I have a good idea for doing that. We can just go ahead and add our little wall texture. So let's bring up our widget. Our widget class. And then we can add our wall. $19.91 is the width. I'm gonna, I don't feel like finding where I put the texture, so I'm just gonna drag up here now. We'll put you under our canvas panel. you know? From a distance. That matches pretty well. It's not quite there, but we might be able to get closer now. Now that we can actually see where it's intersecting. So let's just say, I need to figure out which direction this is moving. Oh my God. Okay. So I think we can lower the angle just a little bit. 70. To flatten it some. And then try moving it back a little bit. Just want to get close. Cool. Not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but the player's standing over here. So that looks like it checks out to me. So now I want to tint this. And we don't want to set this to additive anymore. We just want to set it to translucent. Should have taken geometry seriously when you were in high school. I don't think that would help us at all. Oh, I tinted the wrong thing. Shit. That's why it looks so bad. I want to tint the image, not the whole thing. There we go. That'll get us a lot closer. It's a little bright, but that's easily fixed by just darkening the tint. Getting there. That almost looks like it fits in. Again, not perfect. We can also mess with that some. And it kind of looks like it's just the wall, you know? That's what we want. Let's see. If we hide the widgets, like it's a little bit different. I think it's fine. And I think the payoff for it being a stereo layer as opposed to man, stretching as opposed to a widget is going to be massive. So let's go to our scoreboard widget event graph here now. We're going to make a new stereo layer. I typed that in the wrong place. And this is the fun part. I think we can still get the lighting matching a little bit better. Oh, also, how tall is this? This is 632 meters. So that's another place we're messing up. So we want you to be 1991 by 632. And that should get us closer for shading. Yeah, now the shadows match up better, I think. Alright, so now to make a stereo layer, we just make the stereo layer. And now we have to, this is the hard part. We have to match that stereo layer up with our cylinder here. And then also we need to adjust our game to, can I adjust like image brightness? I can, and I know how. So if I tint this based on, so like there's no, I don't think there's any but we can just, so when we change like modes and stuff, we can adjust the tint here. And then if we make the value greater than 1, nah, I don't think we can, oh well, that's fine. I think this will be enough boosting for it not to matter. Pretty dark by default. Okay, so now we have to match our cylinder. We're gonna make this world locked. It's gonna be a cylinder shape. We're gonna rotate 180 degrees. The quad size is gonna be 1991 by 635, right? 1991 by, we chose 635, correct? 632. And then we can up the radius because they handle this differently. Oh, radius. Okay, there we go. Height. The quad size does not matter because we're not using a quad. So, yeah, so now it's different parameters again. Oh, but we can figure that out pretty easily. The radius. Just select the center of the screen and see where that ends up. This is 1690.42. Oh my goodness, my cat. Give me a second. All right, she came downstairs and now oh my, hit my light. She came downstairs and is hiding in the corner. So we'll probably see her in I need to close my bathroom door. Alrighty. So now this should just match up to 1991. Perfect. Not perfect. Let's see. So we can see you. Can't see you from the top. Okay, why is that so far off? Maybe the first VR dev stream you've seen on Twitch. How's it going? Welcome to the stream, Ameripon. We're trying something stupid right now, but might be smart later. Wish I could tell how well this was lining up. Looks like not quite perfect. Stupid usually turns out to be right. We can hope. Let's just change this to 1689. Lower the radius on it. Ooh. Oh, it did not register all of my keystrokes. So we want this to be a little bit in front of our screen. Since we're doing a stereo layer. Hopefully stereo layers will show up in the preview window so that y'all can see what's going on when we actually get this working potentially. And we just need to get this in front of the screen, which I think we're getting close. And then we're gonna turn the screen off. So how, what's the height for this? This at 432. Paste that. What the heck? Why do stereo layers not match up with widgets? Oh my god. I'm trying to put my menu on a stereo layer to get rid of anti-aliasing. And it is proving to be difficult to say the least, especially since I have a cylindrical menu. If it was square, this would be a whole lot easier to match. How far into development am I? I'm gonna release in the next month or two, hopefully. A game basically works. Honestly, I can demonstrate here in a second. I just want to see if I can get this stereo layer working real quick, and then I'll build it out. So, oh, we can just let's see. I kind of hate that the transform is way the frick over here, but we should be able to just go to the front view or something and move it up till it matches ish. Just have to get close because we're gonna hide the widget. Okay, so our stereo layer. Probably change the radius even a little bit more. Just to make sure it's in front of the screen, and then we can always fine tune later. Okay, that should get us close. So now we go to our event graph on tick. We want to grab our widget's render target. Ask if it's valid. Then do wants. Because if we do this on begin play, I've been told that the render target might not be there yet. So have to do this on tick, but we can just do it once. We want to grab our stereo layer and set texture to our render target from our widget. And that should make a stereo layer. That should make our stereo layer have our widget on it. We do still need to make this a live texture and support depth. We have our little casting window up. And then one more thing we want to do is set our widget to the widget invisible material. I drug that off screen. There we go. So then we'll grab our widget, set material. That is the correct property to change, I believe. Set material, element 0 to widget invisible. Okay, cool. So now if we hit play, save this, we should have a stereo layer with our menu on it. It's not going to change color with our map lighting yet. We're going to make some changes to fix that. So stereo layers, I don't know if you're aware or not, they look a lot better than UMG widgets in terms of anti-aliasing, but they don't support transparency. So I'm putting my lit wall, since all of my lighting is done in the textures anyway, on my widget instead of using a transparent widget. So it'll look like it's a transparent widget, but it's not. That's what we're trying to do. If it works, it works. If not, the aliasing is passable. I would just rather have nice anti-aliased menus instead. Yeah, meow it up. My cat is in energetic mode this morning, so I let her into my office, and hopefully I don't accidentally kick her or something while I'm in VR. Also, it's cold this morning. Girl. It's deploying. Takes a second. I like to test with a built version of the game rather than... All right. We have our stereo layers. Looks like they work. This is the game. You have to hit stuff away before it blows up. And then eventually it gets harder, like different kind of enemies spawn. The only problem is there's some weird edges around objects like explosions when they're in front of the stereo layer. But I think that's worth a worthwhile trade-off. Now we need to get the interactive lighting working on our widget, and we need to get the positioning of our widget better. But just knowing that it works, I think, is the important part here. So we need to have the widget respond appropriately. But we can do that. We can figure out methods for faking that. Damn it. There we go. Like when the lighting reacts like that, I have to change that on the widget now. It's doable. And way nicer anti-aliasing. Looks a whole lot better. Oh shit. Those ones you have to hit as an uppercut or a hammer punch. Oh shit. Also need to fix that. Spikes stick around for a while as an obstacle. And if you hit targets, it gets rid of the spikes. But they also go away on their own eventually. Good workout. It's a survival game, so you just kind of survive as long as you can. But eventually it gets too hard or you run out of stamina. It does get a lot faster. Oh man, I messed up the combo. Your combo by alternating which fist you punch with is harder than it sounds. What is she getting into? Sorry, my cat's messing with stuff and I can't see her. I'm in VR. I'll just die here. We got little buttons. I really like the button. It feels really good in VR. Okay, that works. The stereo layers work. That's gonna look a lot nicer. The aliasing was really bothering me. Stupid wins, yeah. Yeah, it's more of an exercise game. I don't want to do a music-based game. That's really hard, and I don't have original music. So there are a couple modes. The main mode working on the second mode today after we get the stereo layers implemented properly. First mode is the one you just saw. It's endless. It's just survive as long as you can. It gets harder. Eventually it gets pretty impossible, but combo for points, hitting targets will increase how many points you get per second, and you have three health. And then the second mode is blitz mode, which is a timed mode, so you have 3 minutes. You have to get as high of a score as possible in those 3 minutes, but nothing explodes on a timer anymore. They just appear and disappear, but if you hit the red spiked ones, you still lose health. And then targets extend time by 10 seconds. So still implementing all the enemies in that mode, but it's going to be a lot more chaotic. And then third mode that I haven't added yet, that shouldn't take too long to implement, is challenge mode, which is, I'm going to add like little one-off puzzles you have to do, like I guess just challenges, like it's gonna spawn a bunch of balls around you and you have to punch them all away as fast as you can, and then there will be leaderboards based on how fast you beat each of the challenges. Kind of like time trials, I guess. And stuff like you get 2 balls and 2 targets, you have to hit both and do that as fast as possible. So challenge mode will have a bunch of leaderboards based on how fast you complete challenges, and then these modes are leaderboards based on score. And then I'm gonna sell it for $5. It's just like a simple little arcade game, like 5-ish, like maybe $5.99 or something. And I think that's worthwhile because it's pretty polished. And the stereo layers look so much nicer than the UMG widgets. So now we need to get this lined up a little bit better, but also we need to replace the scoreboard with a stereo layer instead. Now, the problem with stereo layers, like I said earlier, is they don't support transparency like widgets do. I appreciate the follow. Go. Might be on YouTube. Oh, it was on Twitch. Really pretty right out of the box. Yeah, there's a lot of finagling I had to do to get it running well on mobile. I need to let my cat out. It's time for her to go do her auto feeder. Oh, this is my cat. It's time for her breakfast in 1 minute, so I have to go let her out of my office. But she's cute. Look at her. We have 4 cats. Hi, Gahav. I don't know. I hope I pronounced that okay. I'm gonna go let her out. My office door is closed because we have 4 cats. She is the only one that I trust in my office. The other ones are kind of absolute menaces. Okay. Yeah, so how I've been controlling my lighting, there's one overhead light in the scene, and the rest of it is done in Ga or Gabriel or whatever. Cool. So the rest of it is done in the shaders for the map because I want it to be optimized for mobile VR. So, for example, I have all of these the global texture parameters, so I can control the individual lights in the textures. It's limited, it's niche, but it's pretty good optimization. So now I just need to update these parameters to affect my widget, and that's going to be hard part. Because you can't affect brightness of a widget, but we can do, I mean, like, so if we do this, that affects brightness. Also, we want to make this a little bit darker, I think. I'd have I used a black and white image here so we can adjust the tint, which I think is the most important aspect here of our stereo layer. I'm gonna need to think about some things. So we have a bunch of events that like change the lighting in the game. And I need those events to now affect my widget since we're switching this over to a stereo layer. Ugh. Wheel. If we brighten this, like we can get it a little bit brighter, but it doesn't look like it uses linear color. So I may have to have a couple stacks of images here and fade between them to get like the light bursts. And we also, oh, this might be it. Is this our solution? No, this does the same thing. Color, I guess, is what we want to do because we can actually bind that to stuff. So I'm gonna drag this up here so we can grab it under the color, but then set this to white. Okay. Ugh, the hard part. I think we're just gonna get add a color parameter to our game mode. Because the secret, like the challenge here is gonna get people to believe that this is actually part of the map when it's just part of the widget. Which I don't think anybody's even gonna pay attention to it personally, but I wanna make it look as good as possible. So, lights. Let's add a new color parameter. And we'll call this UMG light color. And we'll make this color. Is this a linear color or color? I think it's just color. Let's find out. Let's bind this to a new binding. It is a linear color structure. Okay, cool. So we can make this linear color. Put this under our lights category. And now we will set this by default to this color, because that's the default in the game. And then under our widget, we'll get our current game mode, which is a variable that I set up so I don't have to keep casting. And we'll get UMG light color and bind it. Now, every time there's a light color change, we can change this. Then I have to really think about this, because we have some events that brighten the lights, and we can do that to some extent here since they're so dark, but we can't do it all the way. I wish there was a way to just like add a material to UMG. I wonder. What's a slate brush look like? Image, tint, tiling. I can't adjust brightness. So it'd be cool if they had like a texture editor similar to the material editor that I could use to control my scoreboard. I don't think they do have that. I don't think that exists. But can we control this? Wall attempt. Can we control this with No, I don't think we can. Yeah, we don't get a lot of control here. Man, it would be so cool if there was a way to do textures that are controlled via global map parameters. Okay, that means under our game mode, we need to change some lighting events. Light controls. So light burst. Give me a second. This is going to be a challenge. Oh, before I forget, on the lasers, I need to make it change color when people are hit. That was a feature I added later, which is why it's not on by default. So when we do our lower health event, we want to change the color to red. How do we incorporate the boost value? Can we multiply by colors? I wonder. Oh, wait, we're already in the game mode, so here we can just okay, so we want our main color. That should take care of one of them. Then fade light. Light fade is the timeline we're looking for now. So we'll go ahead and set our UMG light color again. That should take care of it. I think that's the only places that I modify things. The only thing is going to be adjusting the boost. Which we could make a boosted version of this light texture and then just fade between this and the other one. Good morning. Rebecca made it home safe. She did. She did make it home safe. I'm assuming you meant home instead of ho. Okay, so that should take care of that. Now we need to work on the light boost. So let's go ahead and make a bright version of this. Like a boosted version. And then just set the opacity to 0. Which can I let's see, what kind of value are we doing? Light burst is up to 2500. Let's just see what this looks like real quick and see how much the boost is off before we put any effort into that. So I'm going to go ahead and build this out. And so Dad, what we're doing is you notice that interface items in Unreal Engine have pretty bad aliasing. But there's a fix for that called VR stereo layers, where it'll render your interface or a 2D texture on a completely separate layer from the game. It'll take depth into account so you can put objects in front of or behind it still. But the problem is, and that'll look a lot better. It looks really clean and crisp, like a regular 2D graphic that's nice and anti-aliased. But the problem is that it doesn't support transparency. So what I've done this morning is I've added my wall texture to my widget, to my interface, since it's all baked lighting anyway. Now we're just trying to get it to match the lighting effects, because working on an image versus working on a texture is a very different thing. So let's see what it's looking like. It looks like it's just part of the game, which is nice. But in the headset, it feels So much better and nice and clean edges. Oh. Ooh, that's way too bright. We're gonna have to make some custom variables. Lower the brightness. If I hit a target, it gets pretty bright. It's not bad though. Okay, we're gonna need some custom variables. We're gonna need to figure out what colors work well. And then we need to do the scoreboard as stereo layers instead of UMG widgets. So I guess all I can say is let's get to it. So I think we're gonna need to add a new input for this event called UMG light color. Make this a linear color. I'm not sure why that's connected to anything. Oh, I did not change the right thing. That's why. Oh, man. I'm still waking up. We need to make some new variables. So make a new variable called UMG lights color burst. The goal here is to make it indistinguishable from the game. Our stereo layer. So we'll set you to you. Can we multiply by values? We can. But what kind of light burst values are we doing in our game? It's been a minute, which is why I need to find out. So, for instance, health. 2,500. That's a lot. Let's see what it looks like. 2,500. Just out of curiosity. We'll do another alert here based on the first track, and we'll grab our UMG lights. And the UMG lights color burst. And then we'll do lights fade to, lights fade from. We'll do a UMG lights fade to and lights fade from. And then under the lights fade timeline, do another lerp. Lights fade from. Lights fade to. Plug that into UMG light color. That should work. And then I think we're just gonna have to use the lights color burst parameter. For UMG regardless, to make it brighter. I mean, we can try. Let's just see what happens if we multiply it by a whole lot. Let's color burst. Down to 1. Then we'll multiply by our lights color burst. And just see what happens. It's probably going to be a disaster. But we also need to update our lights color burst events. Punch event. So let's see here. Under our map lights parameters, our lights color is this. Don't need these anymore. Which has a value of 1. This is a value of 0.255. And then is the hue the same? Hue is similar. Let's try something. Let's just go back to our widget. Set the color to this, and then 0.255. That looks about right. Maybe even 0.25. So we can do the math to just get this to look right from the get-go, and we can 0.2 seems about right. Yeah, if we can just do the math, we don't need curious about that now. We just multiply it by 0.25 and set that to our UMG lights color. I wonder if that'll work. Lights fade from, lights fade to. Try that. Oh, I need to relink. Because if 0.25 is the right number, I don't know if this is gonna work or not. Color math is hard. But we can, if this works, it saves us a lot of work of redoing colors for everything. Because the blue and the yellow might be different. I don't know. Running. Looks close to me. Looks very close to me. And now it's broken. Now it is broken. Okay. I'm glad I put all my light actions right here though. Makes my life a little easier. Okay, lights burst. I'm missing something. If we get rid of this multiplication and try it out, I wonder if it'll unbreak it at least. After this test, I need to use the restroom and get steak prepped for lunch. Okay, so that works. Why? Am I not setting the right thing? Is that what's going on? Setting UMG light color. We're let's just do fade from. And then plug this back in. We can try that. And that should fix it. What was happening was we were setting the light color and then using the light color in what we were fading to. So it was creating a weird loop here, where it was going to end up fading to whatever it's set to here. So if we have an intermediate variable that we use, it should work. What the frick? Well, that wasn't it. Fade from. Okay, we get our current UMG lights color. We set fade from. We do color burst. Which is 25% of I guess we can I guess we're not setting the color burst color if I'm gonna head out. Have a good one, Mobius Finch. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. We're doing 0.25 or 0.2, by the way. Yeah, 0.25 it looks like. By default, which I think we're still missing something here. Something is still horribly wrong. I'm gonna run to the restroom and get lunch prepared. Like, I have to salt the steak and dry the steak, salt it and put it in the fridge so it'll dry brine a little bit before lunch. So I'll be right back. Have returned. I realized I said I have returned while I was muted, so I had to say it a second time. Let's figure out where things are going weird. Okay. So we set the light burst value. Then we ask if we change color. If we do, then we set the light color burst to be whatever color this is. And we set the UMG lights color burst to be whatever color this is times 0.25. Then we set the fade from to be whatever our current UMG lights color is. And we set the play rate for our timeline, and we play lights burst from start. Let's drag all this down so we can see it better by itself. So then we set the map lights burst. We set the boost value to be whatever the light burst is. And then we set the lights color. This is on every tick of this timeline. I set the lights color, the generator color, the spot color, and the shaded lights. Then we set UMG lights color to our UMG lights color burst, fading to the UMG lights fade from. If we get rid of the boost, does it work? Because I don't see anything here that would cause this to break. Let's organize a little bit better, maybe. UMG lights fade from. Color burst. I don't see anything that would break it. There's got to be something. Like, it's got to be something dumb. Point 0.25, 0.25. Why is it stopping? Whoops. For some reason, hitting the spike balls is setting it permanently. That's got to be an issue with the spike balls. Okay. Lower health. White burst. Change color. Huh. We always boost the light. So what kind of boost are we looking at for? Go to widget. And we set the color to 300. It should just still look like that. Also 0.2 times. Okay, that does get us to the same one. So multiplying is correct. So why does changing color change the color permanently? Is what I need to figure out next. Alright, so on hit, detonate bomb, play haptic. Detonate bomb. Play sound, spawn, ask if it's armed, remove from radar, lower health, destroy actor. So the only place we're changing the color here is the lower health. We are changing the color. Boost value 2500. And if health is less than or equal to 0, so why are we setting this to red permanently? How's that working? That's what I'm not understanding. Also, before I forget, I need to rebind this. It's never easy, is it? Okay, let's look at this again. We set the light burst value. We ask, is this supposed to change color? If it is supposed to change color, we change the light color burst to the color that's passed in. We change the UMG lights color burst to the color that's passed in, times 0.2. Then we set the UMG lights fade from to our UMG light color, which should just be blue. Then we play the lights burst animation from the start. During the lights burst animation, we set all of these lights. That works. But then we also set the UMG lights color. And we fade from the color burst to the UMG lights fade from, which we just set right here. And then we set the UMG light color. We don't set, like, this is untyped. This should just, Jesus. Oh. Why is this not working? Why is it just setting it to red? Zero to 1. Man, I'm stumped. I'm gonna do fade 2 instead. Find references, there should be none. I'm gonna just say UMG lights color default. Or make a new variable for UMG lights color default. So I wonder if it's I wonder if it has to do with hitting multiple things that cause a light change before the timeline finishes playing. So we'll get the default. Which will make the same. Then we'll also set the default here. Let's try that. now it should always, no matter what, bounce back to the default. Because it's distanced from the one that's actually affecting the widget. It all works. Nice. Nice. Not sure why that didn't affect the color. That did, but it works. And that's the important part. Now I just need to adjust some things. I guess color burst should never be multiplied by 0.2. And then spike balls. Why are these not affecting color? Yo, 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 faux rizzle. I'm trying to figure out something. So enemy don't punch. If we hit the fist, detonate bomb, play half dick. Under detonate bomb. Oh. That's what's going on. No. This is never even used. So ask if it's armed. By default. It's not. But after it spawns, we arm it. So maybe it's not all the way spawned? How long is this timeline? Half a second? Let's do some testing. Maybe I punched it too early. In which case I need to add some logic. Oh, it's gonna have to actually build out, huh? want to do that. That works. Why? Damn it. Okay, so the game over light burst works fine. Hello, basic. How's it going? Why is the lowering health event not triggering? Okay, don't punch. Event graph. Lower health. Are we missing something here? We're under the game mode. Light color should change to red. We have change color checked. There's no branch here. What am I missing? Change color is true. So grab the light color. What the frick am I missing? Wonder. Not doing combo event, so no punch event is triggered. Play a sound, spawn a system, remove from radar, lower health, destroy actor. What am I missing? Maybe, is the punch event on the fist itself? That wouldn't make sense. Okay, on hit, remove from radar, play haptic, combo event. Might be on the pawn. Did I really do something that stupid? Component hit. If it's a bomb, do punch event. That's what's happening. Okay. We need to add some extra logic here. Or can we add tags to things during gameplay? Alternative solution. Make spike balls overlap events. Ah, coffin. So we have the problem here is we put our punch event on the fist itself, or on the player character itself. So it's overriding the lose health event and making it blue instead of red, or it's fighting for dominance. So we need to add some extra logic here on whether we trigger the punch event or not. And I think what we do is we add a variable, a publicly exposed variable, to our base enemy class. No. Okay, so here's the other issue I'm having. There are enemies that the first time you punch it, it's correct, but then it turns into one you're not supposed to punch. So I'm trying to figure out a way to say, do the punch event the first time you punch it, but not the second time, without writing a bunch of custom code specifically for that enemy. Solution: add a do punch event boolean to the player character himself. And then just say, and do punch event. And then nope, doesn't work. Damn it. Shit. Because this is triggering at the same time as hitting the enemy. So I think what we're gonna have to do is put the punch event on the enemies themselves. And that shouldn't be too difficult, because we already have custom logic for asking which fist is hitting. So we just have to go through each of the enemies and copy paste some stuff. So that'll just be on hit. Then we current pawn FC left, FC left, FC right, punch event, punch event. Let me just copy this. So this is on hit, and on overlap, looks like we already have the punch event going on overlap. So we aren't too far off the mark here. And this will be cleaner in the long run anyway. So no punch event for the don't punch. Fake out, punch event the first time. On overlap, punch event. On hit, no punch event. Fake out combo. Again, overlap, hit, hit, no punch event. hammer on component hit. If it has tag fist and it's not overlapping, then we punch event. Okay. Left right bomb. If we hit, has tag. Okay, if we make it to the end, we just do punch event regardless. Oh man. I also need the hit impact point. Damn it, I'm gonna have to go back. Because that's how we know where the particles spawn when we punch things. Oh, we need the impact point. Impact point. We already have it here. Already have it here. Already have it here. Okay, we're not too far behind then. So which one was this? This was the left right. I need punch bomb. Punch event. Punch event. We need the impact location so we know where particles go. I know this is repetitive, but it is important. And it's something that's apparently been broken. And from split, hits. FC right, FC left, punch event, punch event. Y'all got any cool weekend plans or anything? I'm just kind of hunkered down from the snow, working on my game. Impact point. Playtest here in a second. Make sure this works. Okay, so that's from split. Here, combo or punch event should already trigger because this is an overlap event. Yep, we already took care of that. And then uppercut should mimic the hammer. Okay, that should cover that. Let's see if it works. Man, I'm getting hungry. I'm cooking steak for lunch, doing a steak salad. Stretching. Okay. Loading. I'm super happy with how much this blends in with the original environment. That looks so much better than the aliased shit that it was. Okay, that works. Guess we kind of have to play test to make sure they all work. Damn it. Yeah. Alright, that works now. Ah, I'm really bad. Give it the old 1-2. Blah! Blah! Game over! Leaderboard's working. Now we need to do stereo layers for the leaderboards. Oh, even if I'm already on the leaderboard, it still switches. Oh, I need to add an edge case for that. Okay. There we go. Man, I'm getting really hungry. So here's what I'm thinking. Since this looks aliased as all hell, but I like the rounded corners, we might be able to fake the rounded corners. So we're gonna use our stereo layers because I don't want it to be aliased to all hell. And the stereo layers are working very well. So that's a huge relief. Although, there's one thing I may need to adjust here. Okay, why is this? The stereo layers I noticed have like a black line on the side. I'm wondering why that is. I can still probably fix it. Okay, so now we need to adjust the high scores panel, which means I'm gonna make a high scores panel object. Like a mesh with round corners, and texture that, and then put a square stereo layer on that, so it won't be entirely a UMG widget. It'll be a square that matches the coloring of our texture. That's the play. Let do be the play. So let's go ahead and do this. I'm gonna be lazy as hell. So this is gonna be under a measurements collection, so we don't need it. And same with you. Let's go ahead and name these. This one is screen size. Screen size flat. This one is screen angle. Those are measurements that we took. So now we want to add a little scoreboard. Not sure why the generator's down there. Doesn't make sense. That's okay. So we want to add a plane right here. Rotate it 90, rotate it minus 45. Maybe bring it out some. Scale it up until it about matches. Which, for this, we have measurements that we like in Unreal Engine. Although we can make this a little bit bigger, I think. Yeah, let's make our new one a little bit bigger so that the scores are more readable. But what is the width of this? Because I do like that. So I'm gonna go ahead and close all this. We made all of our changes. Let's open our scoreboard widget. This is 470 by 555. So 4.7 by 5.55. That's how, oh, and then that times 0.7 is how big it is in the game. So let's apply the scale here and set this to 0.8 instead. Make it a little bit narrower. Like we do just want the text to be bigger though, right? Say 0.85. We can always change this. Even in the engine, honestly. As long as we get the proportions right. Maybe, so it's 470 times 0.7 is the width that we had. Maybe just times 0.75. I like that. That's pretty good proportions. So then we can extrude this, give it rounded corners. Oh, I need to apply the scale again. I'm going to duplicate this just so we have the scale that we are based on. Then I'm going to apply the scale. We just want like slightly rounded corners. They don't have to be anything fancy. And then we could be all efficient with our poly count. And we may need to be later. But I'm feeling lazy today, so I'm just gonna inset our little outline here so it'll be easier to texture. Maybe something like that. Although, do I really need to do that? I can just use a stroke in Photoshop. Yeah, we can be efficient here. And then let's check the normals on this to make sure it's facing the right way. I never remember where the normal settings are. Could have sworn it was here. Oh, there we are. Okay, so it is facing the wrong way. So we'll flip normals. Unwrap again. Now that's at the top. And then we'll do UV, export UV layout, textures, scoreboard. Scoreboard V2. UVs, 2048, 2048 is fine, because we can shrink it in the engine. Then we want to grab scoreboard V2, plug it in here. We want to grab our outline color. to match. Steal that color. And then here's our UVs. Let's make a square. Rectangle tool. We want it to snap to the edges here. We also want it to snap to this edge. So let's say snap to document bounds. It should work. That's okay. We can always just scale it and it'll snap. Okay, so then corners, we just want to match our corners here. Want to make sure it's actually within the mesh bounds though. That should be about right. Then we can up the width here. And we're probably gonna have to adjust the stroke width. That's a good start. Can turn our HUD back on. And we can change the rectangle stroke to match this. I do like the little inward glow that we have currently. I think that looks really nice. The problem being, how do we match that with our widget? And I think I have an idea. So let's go ahead and do a fill on this. Or not. We can duplicate the rectangle, get rid of the stroke on the under one, and add a fill to this one. Then here, we can do an inner glow. Oh, no, we do want to add the fill. That's correct. Because then we do the inner glow here. up the size by like a lot, but make the glow color the same as the outline. We can make it more or less impactful. Hit OK. Save this. Scoreboard color. So we can say file, export, FBX, map, mesh, selected objects, Z up, face normals, export. Oh shit. I actually need to name this. Okay, so now back to Unreal. We can go to our map. We can add our scoreboard. No collision or anything. Then we can add this to our scoreboard widget. Is this currently... Huh. Are these scaled or anything? No. That should just match by default. What's going on? Well, I guess first things first. Let's take a look at our little widget things here. Okay, so they are offset by 45. I just don't know why the scale isn't correct here. Oh, I have it set to 0.7. That's why. Jeez, okay. That makes a lot more sense. Sorry, you can't see this. So... we want to do minus 90, minus 45. That should line that up nice and neat. Then we're going to have to move it up, and I'm not sure why. But that's not too bad. Because we can just adjust this using the viewport. Something like that ought to do it. And we can always adjust this later. Looks about right. So now we can make a texture for this. And make a new material. Make it unlit. Grab the texture, plug that into our emissive, hit save. Change our scoreboard to be the scoreboard v2 material. Ah! I messed up. I hit the wrong button. There we go. Now it matches. Looks good. Now we just need to get our scoreboard on there. Which, how big is this? Is the question, is question number 1. And how big can we make our widget? Our widget can be... honestly, we fit our widget in this little square. It should be fine. So it should be 314.862 by 434.112. So 315 by 434. That's what it should be. So now we can get rid of this background image. 315 by 434. Scale this down to match. Anchor it in the center. Oh. Why is that incorrect? $470 by 555 times 0.7. All right, so we need to divide by 0.7 for that value to get the right ratio. Or just do it correctly this time. Still works. Change this to like, and what's times 0.7? 16.8. Why is my knee the same texture as the mic? That's just my pants. They're gray Costco brand joggers because they're comfortable as hell. I can honestly just set all these to 15 and it'll probably look fine. Oh, the 16.8 looks like it works as well. I think 15 will be fine. We can always change this later. The important part is getting it lined up with our background image. And that's going to be the hard part. Because this, dimensionally, should now, if I take this and crop it, shouldn't need to though. This is going to be the hard part. Getting this texture to line up with our mesh, since stereo layers don't support transparency. That's where we've landed. So we'll just take the image. Which we also want to, under our scoreboard blueprint, set this to 1. And then this is going to be, what did I say it was? .315 by 434. And that should match just about perfectly. And center it. Yeah, that should be just about perfect. So if we make the image exactly as tall as our actual scoreboard, this is janky as hell. All right, which is how tall again? 352. Oh wait, tall. 471.75. So So we want to center this. .471.75 by 471.75. And then center it vertically and horizontally. Vertically we do 0 and then offset by 0.5. And then X, we have to just sort of eyeball it and hope that it works well. That looks about right. So now this should look more or less correct. There might be like a little bit of a seam. It's not super noticeable, which is what we want. Cool. And just to double check that, yep. Okay, so we can now parent this to our scoreboard. And then we can put this on a stereo layer. And we're gonna world lock the stereo layer. Make it a quad. And I believe we need to rotate it 180 degrees. What did we say this was? 315, 434. Rotated 180. Oh, shit. Oh, this is gonna be... No, we just have to match the, So 135 minus 180. Ah, I have the wrong thing selected. There we go. And then position-wise, we should be able to just copy-paste the position. And then set this to live texture, supports depth. Go to our event graph. And on tick, we want to get our render target from our scoreboard. That's going to grab our texture of our UMG widget. Then we want to ask if that's valid. Because we're doing this on tick because we want to make sure the texture exists before we put it on our stereo layer. So then we'll say if it is valid, then we do this once and never again. And we get our stereo layer and we set texture. Oh, this should work. Oh, and then we get our scoreboard and we set material to transparent. Widget invisible. Cool. Let's test it. Oh, which we can make this taller. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Huh. Yeah, we can find more room here to add maybe like top 15 or something. Regardless, let's test it. Nice. Works. Now I need to fix that. And we can scale it in some, get more padding. Could hide it better though. We could hide it better. I have an idea. I did not duck enough. It gets really hard when your wires start to get all tangly. But importantly, it works. I think we can hide it better. How we do that is we make the height and width bigger, but then don't scale the vertical box. So canvas panel, we can set like 330, 340. Perhaps. And then for $451, get it like right on the seam, maybe. So we don't want it to cut past the corners. But if we can hide it in the solid blue, then it'll match up seamlessly. So 456 by 339, 338. There we go, perfect. So now it's hidden. Now the transition between the stereo layer and the widget will be hidden. Okay, let's bump up the size of the text a little bit. Let's compile this and steal these dimensions for our stereo layer. Now 337, 456. And then same for our scoreboard. We can do just a little more edge padding. Bump up the leaderboard row font size. Maybe like 17, maybe even bigger. That's getting closer to maxing out the area. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. The question is how many people have long usernames? At which point, after a certain amount of characters, we can concatenate it. So we can set this all the way up to 20, I think, and not really worry about it. Oh, and that fits so much nicer. Let's test that. Also, I'm gonna make the glow a little bit bigger since we got away by cheating some by hiding the transition in the blue. Let's go ahead and must be between 1 and 250. That's ridiculous. Yeah, it's probably fine. Might even be able to then add an inner glow. I wish I could add multiple inner glows. Here's what we can do though. Just add like a gradient. Or even just make a smaller rectangle. Make it black or just darker. And blur the hell out of it. Something like that, perhaps. And set it to like do that, and then reload the image. Looks nice. We need to adjust our event. Can we scale stereo layers and animate that is the question. Because instead of playing an animation on the scoreboard, we want to make a timeline. LB scale down. LB scale up. It could take like half a second. Add a float track, add a key, add a key. This one's gonna be 0 by 0. This one's gonna be 0.5 by 1. Let's go ahead and match this up to our view. Set this to user. Set this to user. And ease this out some. And then for scale up, it'll be basically the same thing. Add a track 0.5, except we're going to ease the opposite direction. We're going to ease in. Something like that. And then under our widget, or under our object, now we just, once that's finished, we do the exact same. Ooh. We need a variable. Since we're moving over to a timeline. So we will just grab LB index instead. And we will set LB index. And then we will get LB scale down, play from start. And then once that's finished, we do this stuff instead of doing the leaderboard widget animation. I believe we... Oh. We don't need to... Yeah, so we do this stuff. And then instead of playing the animation, we play scale up. Oh, this is on finished though. We still have to do the on update. Up, and we play from start. So then, yo, you read chat? I try to. Sometimes I'm focused on my work, but I try to. How you doing, Pablo the Great? Right now I was kind of zoned in. Sorry if I missed your message for a bit. What's the game called? It's called Punch Bomb. I haven't released it yet. It's a remake of an old game that I did on Steam. Complete remake, better, more features. But for the Quest. Release on Steam. No, it's gonna be on the MetaQuest store. It's for standalone VR. It's a 360-degree game, playing with cables. Which I know you can like do AirLink or whatever, but this is just for the Quest. So on update, we want to grab our scoreboard and set scale. MetaQuest 3, yes sir. Ever dropped a game on Steam? So I made this a long time ago, which is what I'm working on now, but for the Quest. Released this back in 2016, went through a whole bunch of life shit, including open heart surgery. During that recovery, everything like advanced pretty fast, like in terms of engines and SDKs and what to use for VR headsets. So I just restarted from scratch for the MetaQuest. How to release games on Steam. I did this a long time ago. I have no idea anymore. I got on for free when they were allowing VR games to be uploaded for free. This was back in 2016. Times are different now. For MetaQuest 3, the game's gonna cost probably like $5. So we set the scale. We can split this. Can get the relative scale, because you're only gonna scale it on the Z-axis. And then we want to lerp float from I guess just 1 to 0. We'll do 0.01 just to be safe, not scale it all the way to 0. And set that Z. Because I believe the relative scale is 1. If I'm not mistaken, it is. So we do the exact same thing down here, but opposite. And this should theoretically work. Let's try it. Cool. Leaderboard looks good. We switch. Nice. Stereo layers work. And no more aliasing. That's the important part. this is gonna look bad now. I have to fix that. Okay, works. It all works. That's good. Let's make it so that the scoreboard can change colors now. So you want the color of the scoreboard to match the color of the map. So for that, we're gonna change this to white instead of That's about right. So save this as scoreboard color or scoreboard BW. And then this is a challenging part. I'm gonna have to do this after lunch. So I can replace the image with scoreboard BW. Change the color to match this color. Nice. And then the material, we do BW again, and we multiply by a 4 vector. 3 vector? Yeah, that works. We want this to be a vector parameter. This will be So same general look, but now we'll be able to control the colors, which this is only going to show controlling the outline right now because the inside isn't tuned for that. But if we match them up, it'll look cool. So I don't think we want to bind the color necessarily. We can just make this image a variable so that we can change it in one-off cases. Because if we're constantly binding the color of that, that's going to be problematic. For performance. So we can just add that logic under the scale down. So when is this called? And also we can, on construction script, we can make a dynamic material instance. And then promote it to variable. Do we have a current widget? We don't. So this is after we've set the game mode, the menu mode. We do the switch leaderboard. we can just get the menu mode. We can cast. Get image 84. Set color. Oh, we want to branch though. Switch on PB menus mode. So on classic mode, we set the color to this. Play from start. On blitz mode, we set the color to, I guess, yellow. Let's get the exact color though. And then I gotta go make lunch. Classic mode, blitz mode. Let's go ahead and drag this up here. Blitz mode, we use yellow. And then we also want to grab our current material, set vector parameter. And we need to know what the vector parameter is called, which is scoreboard color. Let's just copy paste it just so I don't have a chance of messing it up. And compile, save, and we build it out and see if it works. And then I'm hungry. Damn it. Oh, I know. I know exactly what the issue is. It's the same issue every single friggin' time. I'm gonna grab the game mode on begin play. And then we grab our current game mode and get PB, get menu mode, you know. Now it should work. I didn't have anything that I was switching on. Cool. Nice. Not perfect. It's not bad. And the text is nice and crisp, which is what we want. No jittering at all. This is on a stereo layer. Looks good in front of 3D objects, no like obvious artifacts. Damn it. This game is harder to play with a wire. The things I do for y'all. Oh man. Damn it. Damn it. Hey. What? I ducked. Whatever, it works. Okay. It works, it works, it works. The friggin' menu color change thing works. I'm gonna go make lunch. I'll be back in like half an hour or so. Also, nice. Right back at you, Swing Zero. It works. Now we can actually focus on, I can turn down the opacity some on this. That looks bad. Nice. We got our stereo layers implementation working, so no more ugly aliasing in game. And then I'll be back after lunch. I'll be gone for like probably half an hour, maybe 45 minutes, but I'm gonna leave the BRB screen up and because I don't feel like restarting the stream. So I'll be back. Good progress so far. I've returned. I'm late. I know I'm late, but that's okay. Hey, Cash. Don't know if you're still here or not, but welcome to the stream. Is my music still going? Oh, it's just quiet. Okay, before lunch, we got quite a bit done. We got our menu refactored to be stereo layers instead of widgets. And now we're gonna work on getting enemies refactored for the new game mode. So let's work on it. I wrote down some things that I need done. Oh, this is all of my engine stuff. Where's my stuff that I need done? I think I closed it when I restarted my PC. That's okay, we can make a new list. Okay. Oh, let's also double check our scoreboard. And see if it extends past the image, because we're getting a little black outline on our stereo layer and I don't like that. So I just wanna $19.91. Let's see, the widget is 1991 632. That should be correct. And then 1991 650. That's not correct. That should be more correct. I don't know where the black outline's coming from, but what we can do... 1991 632, 1991 632. That might have actually just fixed it. There's a chance. Also, this should... match a little bit better. That should be pretty spot on. Now it should match better. Let's double check that just to make sure, and then we're gonna get to work refactoring enemies. It's very hot down here. I need to change my heat settings. because it's like blowing a bunch of air downstairs. I do not need it to be 70. Okay, game's running. Let's test. Oh, still got a little black edge on the menu. Might be hard to see. You can't see what I'm pointing at. What am I doing? Yeah, there's just a little hairline black edge. That's okay. It's not the end of the world. It looks fine, honestly. Also, my wire is tangled, so pardon me. I'm about to spin around in circles. This is the easiest way I've found to untangle my VR cord. I'm gonna be dizzy. Ah! Jesus. Wait. Ah! No, quit it. I need you to flip over, buddy. Oh, whatever. I suspect this is still the right direction. Okay. I'm dizzy. Wow. Jeez. But my cord's untangled. That's the important part. Yeah, so you can sort of see it. Let me screenshot that. There's like a subtle black line right here. It's a lot more pronounced in headset, where you're seeing it at full resolution. So I'm just gonna stretch the image a little bit outside of the bounds on our widget and see if that fixes it. Make it like 2 pixels bigger, maybe. It's like 1993. It's now a whole different year. We'll anchor it in the center. 0.5 by 0.5. 0 by 0. Okay, so now it's just ever so slightly bigger on both sides compared to our canvas. And hopefully that'll fix it. Man, had good lunch. I made a steak Caesar salad. still there. I guess that's just gonna be an artifact. Weird. It's there on every copy too. That's bizarre. Oh well, I just have to let it not bother me so much, I guess. And I think it's worthwhile to have that artifact for how unbelievably crisp the menus look now. Wow. I'm impressed. Those menus look great. Damn. Okay, that'll work. That will full gosh darn flippity flappin' work. So, now we're gonna refactor our enemies to work with the new mode. Oh, and then another thing I want to do, I recently changed it so that left-right bombs always combo. But I don't want to do that. I decided I still want it to be challenging. So I'm going to have it so if left bomb spawns, it always spawns with right bomb. So nix the left-right bombs always comboing. But first of all, let's just go ahead and get all of the enemies refactored for the new mode. And then I have the idea for the third mode that we're going to implement either later this week or soon. So here we go. Blueprints, enemies. We have our standard enemy punch bomb. We need to copy a lot of the logic from here. On the new ones. So let's go ahead and just open all of them. Split. We want a lot of these to show up in the chaos mode. Uppercuts, hammers, left, right. Left, false, right, true. Okay, so we're doing a random Boolean. Where do we do that, though? On begin play. We'll fix that later. We just have to refactor all these for the new mode first. I think that's most important to make the new mode fun before we go back and change the thing. I can just endlessly tweak forever and ever and ever, or can move forward. I did not bring my phone down here, did I? I'll be right back. I'm also gonna grab some caffeine. So, BRB, no lunch. Okie dokie, here we go. Oh, other thing I just thought of that I want to do is on the home screen for each game mode, maybe add like some tips. You know, like when you load in Fortnite and it's like, oh, you should drink health potions and stuff like that. We need I should have tips for like alternating fists. Don't skip leg day. Invest part of your paycheck. I could just put random ass life tips in the game rather than game tips. That would be funny. I'm not gonna do that, but it would be funny. Okay, so what's the event we want to copy? Blitz scale out. I feel like I should put this on. I feel like I should put this on the parent class, but I don't know if I care enough to do that. I can always do it later. Also, let's steal some of our detonated logic here. Remove from radar. Play blitz scale out. Okay, we already do all of the collision response stuff. But we could do that after it scales out. Yeah, so set it to detonated, play the animation, and then do this stuff after it animates out. Okay, so we want to copy some of this logic here. And then I want to build the bag that Blitz mode is, because Blitz mode is going to have one consistent bag for the whole time, rather than switching bags like classic mode, because Blitz is just supposed to be pure chaos from start to finish, and potentially speeds up. So we need to find music as well. I'm gonna make a note of that. Whoa. You can make gradients and save them? No chance. That's sick. Oh, we should do that. Okay. So let's see. Color curve. How do you make a color curve? Let's add a track. And then use one of these color curves. And then find it in the browser. color curve. What kind of, it's a color curve asset. The hell's a color curve asset? What? How do you make a color curve asset? So that's gonna make my life a whole lot easier. Okay, let's see. Material. Media. Miscellaneous. Curve? Yeah, I think curve. Curve, linear color. Okay. Bomb lights, blitz. What? That is sick. Oh, I love it. I love that you can do that. Okay, so we need... Let's zoom out some. We want to start. Let me trash some of these, so we don't need them anymore. Start there. Go there. Go there. And then, let's see how long that is. That is 1 second long. So we can start there. Go there. And go there. And it looks like you can make these, you can change the interpolation here. So now they just need it so you can select this and set a specific... Oh, you can. Okay, cool, cool, cool. What? This is awesome. You can have it sort of ease more into the black. Hell yeah, okay. I need to adjust these, but... That's awesome. Let's cool. Okay, so now under our little color thing, we can just pick that. Wow, that's so cool. Delete the new track. Oh my god, that's gonna make my life easier. If we adjust this here... Oh, we can't adjust this here for using external. That's good. That's good. So we just need to add that to our bomb armed timeline on each of these. So let's start with the split. Actually, let's start with the freaking hammer uppercuts. So that's going to be easier implementation, I think. Okay, armed. So we can add another color track, and this will be LED Blitz. We can just use the external curve. Oh my god, that makes life so easy. And here, we grab our current game mode. We get our PB game state. Right? We switch on PB game state. If we're in classic, we do that. If we're in blitz, we do this. Nice. What else did we change? For blitz, we do bomb life blitz. Hey, welcome back, Cash. How's it going? We made really good progress so far today. I need to just make like an outline of everything I have to do on each enemy. So spawn timeline. Complete. Switch on game mode. Blitz. I'm just gonna have to go through each of these and just do it. Ugh. Flipping. Yeah, we just have to make looks like Bomb Life Blitz is from the parent class. So that's convenient. We should just be able to copy paste some of this. Okay, so spawn. Let me move some of this down. Just so we have some breathing room. Okay, after we spawn, we switch on PB game state. We do this on classic. We do this on blitz. And we already do that stuff on blitz, and then finished. We do another switch on PB game state. Sounds like peanut butter game state. So on bomb spawn, bomb armed, we switch and we do blitz scale out, which we're gonna copy and paste. And then we'll copy paste this. And should just compile. It did not. We need to name this blitz scale out because the name didn't carry over. There we go. What are you up to this weekend, Cash? You doing anything cool? Cool for the regular ass weekend? was gonna say cool for the snow day, but it might not be snowing where you are. It snowed yesterday here, which was pretty cool. And that should be all we have to update. So uppercut will automatically take all of that logic and just flip the thing upside down. So that one's done. So now split bomb. And my throat is all blarg. Oh, we also want to add logic to when we hit it to stop the scale out. So if we hit, our component hit, remove from radar, play haptics, punch event, combo event. Huh, I guess we don't stop the previous timeline either. So, I won't worry about it for now. If it becomes an issue, we'll worry about it. Okay, okay, spawn. Copy, paste. Set play rate. Play from start. Looks correct to me. Under bomb armed, we make a new track called Blitz LED, and we use our Blitz LED light using our predefined curve, which is so cool that you can do that. And then we make space. This shit is crowded. Okay, so on armed, which we did the hammer bomb, so we can close those out. On armed, we now have these actions. And then we have to copy the timeline. And call this blitz scale out. Compile. That should all work now. Should be everything. Now I do it for the left-right ones. Spawn. Let's go ahead and space everything out. Copy paste the spawn logic. That all looks correct. Compile. Oh, shit. I need to actually apply the track on our split one. So we made this new LED track. We need to switch on PB game state. A classic. Copy pasty. I'm demonetized for saying pasty. Demonetized anyway. I'm not monetized in the first place. Get fucked. Plug that in. Okay, so we did our spawn logic. Now we want our armed logic, which we're gonna add our extra LED track. Current game mode. PB game state. Switch. Then when it's done, copy pasty. And then if we compile this, it's gonna fail because we need our blitz scale out timeline, which I conveniently did not comment. It's nice to keep everything in frames just so you know where it is. That's something I could do better. Okay, we got the left, right, we got the uppercut, we got the split. Now we need the from split. Which should be, we just need to update the armed timeline. Because the spawn timeline begin play, set those vector parameters, then we do the spawn timeline. We set scale, we set scalar, we set location, okay. This one's gonna be a little more challenging. So when we activate, we ask, is it overlapping fist left or fist right? If it's not, then we set simulate physics. Otherwise, we do still want to do this. But we do still want to copy some logic from the spawning over here. We're just gonna have to move some things around. Okay, so is armed, spawn complete. So do you want to set is armed? So pretty much we just want to, for classic mode, we just want to do this. Copy what we already have. For blitz mode, we want to keep the spawn complete and the activate event. We don't want to arm them. Then set play rate, play from start. Okay, that should be correct now. Then after bomb armed is done, the amount of times I'm saying bomb in this video, definitely also. I should have named this game something else. Punch ball. I had seriously considered renaming the game to Punch Arcade, but then literally, I shit you not, the exact same afternoon that I thought about that, somebody released a game, different gameplay mechanics. There's just like a pinball thing, but there's just called Bounce Arcade, and I don't want to be like, oh, look at me copying them. So I'm just gonna stick with the name for better or worse. I need our scale out timeline. Okay. Should work. Now I can update our bag to include all the kinds of enemies. Can we go to our bomb spawner? Select enemy blitz. And we just need to update the blitz bag. So we have punch, don't punch. Let's think about the ratios here. Punch, don't punch, uppercut, hammer, left, right. How can you connect translucent clothes from Substance Painter to Unreal Engine? I think that one goes above my head. I'm sorry. I haven't done anything with clothing in Unreal Engine. If you want translucent materials, though, you can just do that under I can at least try to point you in the right direction. If you have a material that has translucency, you're gonna have to change the blend mode to translucent, and then set the opacity based on whatever your opacity map is. In terms of clothing, I have no idea if it's different, but that should get you in the right direction. Okay, so we need to update our bag. So we can have punch, don't punch, uppercut, hammer, left, right, split, and fake out. So for one bag, let's say combos as well. 3 punch, 5 combo, like 1 don't punch. Uppercut, 2, hammer 2, left, right, 2. Hey, Sid, how's it going? These are numbers we'll just start with, and fake out 3. These are just numbers we'll start with for our bag, just to, and then we can be like, oh, there's too many of those ones. So we want combo. We'll say 5 of those, because those are the most fun, some of the most fun. They're like the mid-ground most fun ones. That sentence makes no sense. Let's add uppercut 2. Hammer 2. Left, right. I said 2 for that, because I think I'm gonna make it so left, rights automatically spawn whichever one, like both. It'll spawn both, ideally. Left, right. Once I'm done refactoring that. Split 3, because those are super fun, and then fake outs, which I think I already updated the fake outs. I'm not 100% sure. Let's play test. See if this bag works. Build the quest. How's your day going, Sid? How's life? It's been a minute. Wait for this to actually build out the Android executable. Just woke up? Damn, I've been up since, I don't know what time it is for you though. I've been up since 6 a.m. Got a lot done so far today. There's still a little bit more I'd like to get done. Okay, should be running. Cool. Ugh. Okay, let's see if it worked. Ah! I don't know why that didn't punch. Ah, shit. it works. It works. It technically works. Ah. When do I plan to release? Sometime in the next 2 months, I think, ideally. What you saw right there is the new mode I'm working on. The original mode, I can show you as well, is the original mode is a survival game mode where you just try to survive as long as possible. The new mode that I'm working on is just pure chaos from the start, and your goal is to get as high of a score as possible in like 3 minutes. And then hitting targets extends your time by 10 seconds, allowing you to get a higher score. But then it's also skill-based to some extent, because you have to keep your combo up to get a high score. You combo by alternating which fist you punch with. So classic mode, I'll show you, because that one's more done. I don't know why the target was facing the wrong direction just there. This morning we refactored the menus to use stereo layers instead of UMG widgets, which makes them look a lot less aliased in-game. That was a lot of work, but it's cool. It looks a whole lot better in-game. I'm a wizard. I'm a wizard, Harry. I've been working on this game for a while. As you can see, like, the menus like have some pretty bad aliasing on them. So if you put them on stereo layers, it renders it on a completely separate layer from the gameplay, but still takes depth into account. So like your hands and stuff go in front of them. And it just looks a whole lot cleaner. So the main game mode, I'm gonna be bad at it because I have a wire attached. Normally this is just on the headset itself, no wire needed. And I've got different hands that you can unlock, different game modes and stuff. The button feels really satisfying in VR. I don't know if my boundary grid shows up. Oh shit, it's not, the cast went away. What the hell? Ah, damn it. And then eventually harder enemies show up, so it like progresses. No. Recenter my play space. I'm not sure why the second punch isn't doing the cool particle effect. I tried. Make sure it's still showing on screen. It is! Cool. Damn it. Damn it. There we go. So it ends up being a pretty good workout. And then eventually, like a larger variety of enemies shows up, and I'll probably add more to the game over time. I'm pretty happy with where it is right now, though, in terms of what I'm gonna release it with. This game's only gonna be like $5 or so, like maybe $5.99. I'm thinking is a good price point for a fun arcade game. Especially since I think it's pretty polished. Damn. Oh shit. I wonder how far I can actually make it. Fuck. This is also easier without the cable attached to the PC. Damn it. Not worth playing. I lost my combo. Yeah, so we got some different hands. Like those ones change the color of the lights when you punch things. These ones shoot out coins. You get the point. Probably get away with 10. Love Power and Bam. Yeah, that's my favorite fist. They also have like a cool comic book style shader that I was pretty proud of. I don't think I need any add-ons or anything. I'm just, my end goal is mostly to make the game and document it on YouTube and then eventually monetize the YouTube. Because I've got some good views on my actual like videos. The streams don't get views because nobody wants to watch someone make a game. I get that, it's kind of boring. But like the videos on how I make things are doing pretty well. So I think the end game here is gonna be sell the game for like $6 maybe. $6, $5.99. Then monetize the journey in developing it on YouTube every time I add stuff to it. Because that way I have an incentive to continue adding stuff to the game, and then hopefully it'll spread by word of mouth. Kind of like, I picture like the business model of like Vampire Survivors. The guy sells the game for like $1. It sells like a bajillion copies because, I don't think I'll sell that many copies because it's VR. But guy sells like a bajillion copies just because it's such good value for the money. So that's where I want to be. I'd rather people feel like they're getting a really good deal when they buy the game. So we got all of our enemies implemented into blitz mode. Now I need to figure out why the targets are spawning at weird angles. So let's fix that. Map. There we are. That's what I was looking for. So we're looking for our blitz mode events. Could do like new environments or backgrounds. Yeah, definitely. The environment's a decent amount of work because of the way that it's structured. There's only one light in this scene. It's just like an overhead directional light. And then the entire map is controlled through, like, I've thought about like adding like different maps and stuff you could have, and it's definitely possible in the future, I think. Just have to figure out the best way to handle that, because the lights are all part of the material. These are shadeless materials with no lighting. I can show you that, because I was pretty proud of that for optimization's sake, because I get like nice looking ray traced shadows, but it's all completely in the material. Map. Walls, here we are. It's like I can control individual light values from these global material parameter values. And then the reason the screen's not updating is because I wanted to do stereo layers for which I did that this morning. This was all changed this morning. Because I wanted to use stereo layers to fix the anti-alias, or to fix the bad aliasing on the UMG widgets. I have to put the wall texture on the menu itself because stereo layers don't support transparency. So it looks transparent and looks like it's just on the map, but it's I put the actual wall texture there, which is then controlled through separate parameters, because you can't use global material parameters on a UMG widget. Oh, really hacky, but it works. I do think it would be possible to maybe figure out how to do different maps later. That's like down the line if people actually like the game kind of deal, though. Just get version 1 out first and then figure the rest out later. How's life on your end? What have you been up to these days? What you working on? Okay, what else did I want to do really quick? Oh yeah, I wanted to figure out why the hell the targets are spawning wrong. Okay, game mode. Although, because the because the lights and stuff are all, it's all just a shadeless material, it would be a lot easier to swap in and out geometry, I think, without loading a whole new map than it would be if it wasn't doing the light this way. You do sales and business development now. Quit VFX and animation in 2019 after Into the Spider-Verse. That's understandable. I've heard that the market for all that stuff is fucking miserable right now. I get that. I never went into VFX. I still just work in marketing. Alright, so we get a list of the current ones, ask if it's a spike ball, add it to our current list of enemies. Oh. We're not setting the rotation. Marketing's a smart choice, will never die unless AI. I work in the marketing department of a specific company though, so I'm always working on, it's an engineering company. So I'm working on like animated videos and stuff for the products that they sell, which is like motors, wires, PLCs, stuff like that. So it would be, I'm not saying it's impossible to be replaced by AI, but since a lot of the marketing materials I do have to do with like highly accurate technical stuff for products that don't exist yet, it would be harder for AI to take my job since it's less art, more tech stuff. More like this part of the product does this, so like it can't have like AI hallucinations in the imagery. I think AI could change my job in the next few years, but I got a little bit of time. Okay, so I'm not actually setting the rotation. I started setting the rotation and then didn't. And that's why the rotation is wrong on the targets. Whoops. Oh, we are setting the rotation here. It just isn't setting the rotation if we have to spawn the target in a random location. So what it does is it tries to find valid enemies to spawn next to the targets, just so you have something to hit the target with in most cases. But if it can't, then it spawns the target in a random location. So when I'm spawning the target in a random location, it's not actually setting the rotation. So we're gonna make a new vector called target location. Because I'm not 100% sure, because right now we're grabbing a random float and modifying positions and stuff. So it's probably better to take the random float, set a position variable, then use that position variable to set the location and rotation. So because I think every time you call this, the random number changes. That's not great. I think for each pin, it has a different random value. So I need to just set that. If this is valid, then we set blitz target location. Like that. And then we split this and we get the unit direction vector, and then set the rotation based on that. Then we can break these links and just recombine this struct pen, and then just say blitz target location. And then we can grab our blitz target location. Played with Unity. I messed with it briefly when I was first learning game engines. I did 2 courses, one for Unreal, one for Unity. I think Unity is great. I just vibed with Unreal a little bit easier, because Unreal, like a lot of if you want to, you can make your entire game with nodes instead of actually typing out code. Like the logic process, like the logic flow is still very similar to like coding that the nodes are. It's just a a lot easier to not make typos, and it's a lot faster to iterate. So I prefer this to writing like C# code, which I think Unity added their own node-based coding tool well after the last time that I tried it. But Unity is also good. Unity is probably honestly better for VR development because that seems to be what Meta supports better. But I'm a lot more familiar with Unreal at this point. So blitz target location, we still want to set that. Yeah, like coming from like Nuke at school, this makes a lot more sense to me than writing code. I can, if I need to. I prefer not to, in terms of writing stuff. So now the targets should all be facing the correct way. Cool. What else do I want to do today? We got all of the enemy types implemented. Let's change the life of the spike balls for blitz mode. I want them to be 5 seconds instead of the 20 that they're normally. 20 or so. I think it's 20. I don't remember what I changed it to most recently. Let's see, it spawns. We set the life to 20. Okay, so here we'll just switch on PB game state. If we're in classic mode, we do what we were doing. If we're in blitz mode, let's take a look at what we've done for all the other enemies. Spawn. And we do want it to be armed though. I guess we just pretty much copy paste this. Gotta head to Jimothy. Have fun. Good luck in the gym. Thanks for stopping by, dude. It was good catching up. Hope you have a good rest of your day. And then we're gonna set bomb life. We'll just hard set this to 5 seconds. Cause that's 3 by default. So we could say 6 second, double I think is good for the spike ones. So we'll say 6 seconds if it's blitz mode. Cool. And then I want to make it so that the first one that shows up immediately and is a regular one. So for that, we go to our game mode and on tick. We ask, or I guess we sequence. I guess we branch on first bomb spawned. And if it has not, yeah, if it has not, then we go ahead and spawn something. think we make a new event though. Or we just add an input for first bomb. And we branch. Now, if it's the first bomb, we we just spawn bomb. And just say, enemy punch bomb. So back to our game mode. First bombs, we ask if first bomb is spawned. And if it hasn't, then we set first bomb spawn to true. And then we spawn the first one. Then on our game start, where we reset our variables, set first bomb spawn to false. Set health to 3. And we should be good to go. Give me a second, I'm gonna use the restroom. Okay, so the last thing that I want to do today, I think, is make new target art. And also, targets should be spawning more frequently, I think. So, let's hop into Blender. Save this, what we were working on. And then let's go to our power-ups. And then let's see. So these are pretty important to keep laid out correctly. So we're gonna we're gonna duplicate this collection and call this one time plus. We're gonna just say time. No, time plus, because I might make a time minus one later that if you hit by accident. So you have to actively avoid hitting some targets as well, is what I'm thinking. And then targets, I think, should also give you points. But let's go ahead and edit this. So we want to delete the plus. I do not have the material on it. And we'll save this as iteration 2. We want to do like a little stopwatch looking thing, I think. Or just make this itself look like a clock. That could be fun. Another fun option could be like having the clock tick. And when the clock finishes ticking is when the power-up goes away. That could be fun. Let's see. Regardless, I think we can just take this center area of the target and basically make it a stopwatch, right? Let's mess with it. I think we can just do scale this in to put the hands behind. Scale this out. That way we still have like this nice outer ring that blinks. But then here, let's get this to like 45 degrees where it's supposed to be. Something like that. So we can grab this, move it out, and then add some hands. Let's take a look at a stopwatch. So we can do something like that, I think, is pretty good. Then we can duplicate it, rotate it, make this hand shorter. Shorter and thicker. I don't know if the backs of these really make sense. I could just simplify here. Yeah, I think it looks better simpler maybe, or maybe not rounded, or rounded less. So you could always do that. Oh, we have to put a face here because I just deleted a bunch of random stuff. You could always just do something like, and it doesn't even, okay. So if you look at these, they all have the little butt sticking off. So what we could do is, since this is sticking out further, could do something like that. So it still looks like Target. Not like Target, like the store. You know what I mean, though. Whoa, how did that triangulate? Something like that. And then once we put materials on this, I think it'll look really cool. We can join these, add a bevel modifier. Just a little bit so that it looks nice. Shade auto smooth. And we'll harden normals on these. That looks nice. And then we can add little tickers. Hey yo, Chris Foley is alive. Jammer! How the hell you been? I think that's passable. Could even probably get away with making this a little chunkier. Probably make both of them a little chunkier. Been pretty good. It has been too long. I've been great. Life's really good. No complaints. No notes. Just working on my game, getting ready to release it at some point soon. Let's add little stopwatch tickers. Which we need 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 12 of them. So for that, we're gonna apply the location and the scale. And we'll add an array modifier. We'll do a little cube here for now. Scale it down. We're gonna do an object offset based on this guy. Anything exciting going on in life right now? Let's see, how long has it been? Because I don't think I've seen you in the past couple years, because I've been really inconsistent. Let's see, I have 4 cats now. My girlfriend moved in last December, or not 2024, but 2023. I can't believe it's already 2025. Still working for the same company, working on my VR game. Went to New Orleans earlier this year for the Eras tour with the girlfriend. That was really fun. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Just living life, doing a bunch of stuff. Okay, Swifty. My girlfriend is a proud Swifty. Sorry, I keep licking my lips, but I shouldn't be because they're very chapped. It's the winter. It snowed out yesterday. Alright, so we want to do 360 divided by 12 is 30 degrees. So rotate that 30 degrees and then say we want 12. Let's just double check we're not overlapping one of them. We're not. Let's turn on cavity map. Just so we can see some nice occlusion. We'll do both. And then we'll add a bevel to this. Tiny bevel to this. And we can make this taller. And maybe like 0.002. Shade auto smooth. Set that to harden normals. That looks pretty cool to me. Looks like it would boost your time in the game. Now I just kind of want it to look like a stopwatch, so I'm gonna duplicate this, turn off the array, move this up here, and make it look like a little stopwatch. Yeah, I think that works. I'm getting a little bit too carried away here. So what have you been up to, Jammer? What's new in your life? What's going on? You're in Egypt now. That does sound familiar. Probably for the best to get out of the US. Shit's about to hit the fan. Shit's been hitting the fan. What am I talking about? Okay, what's going on there? There we go. That's what we're looking for. I don't know if I need the extra little detail after all. I feel like just like that. No, doesn't look quite right. That's not too shabby. I think that looks fine. Something like that. Been doing school, got back into drawing recently. Also got some travels planned. That's fun. Now our trip this year, we're gonna go to Disney World. I know, so generic, but we're going to Disney World with some friends who are taking their daughter this year, their 2-year-old daughter. So that's our traveling for the year. Also have a beach trip planned with my dad's side of the family later this year. So that should be pretty fun. But where are you traveling? That's the more important question, I think. Okay, cool. Now I just have to unwrap this and get it into Substance Painter. I think we can scale this out a little bit. I'm excited for Disney World. I haven't been in a while. Okay. I'm gonna do a dumb thing and waste geometry. You and your sisters have a whole... How many sisters do you have? If you don't mind me asking. Just out of curiosity. I didn't know you had siblings. For this one, we'll say bevel based on weight so that we can control the beveling. Six siblings. Damn. That's a lot. I have just the 2. There we go. Honestly, I think it'll be easier geometry wise if I just separate this. And then, oh yeah, it's gonna be so much better. Because then I can delete this edge loop, and that'll save me a lot of geometry. So that's actually the right call. Babysitting some right now. Hey, as long as you get paid for it. You probably don't though if it's family, huh? I think I can make this a little round like it's supposed to be for a stopwatch. Bear with me. Definitely not getting paid. That's okay. It's family. I know what you're supposed to do. So if we move this one out, move this one in, move this one out, move this one out just a little bit. Then that'll look cool. And then this guy right here somehow got reconnected. So we'll delete this face and then extrude that back. 2024, you went to Dubai and back to visit America, got a Japan trip. Damn. You're getting around. I'm jealous. I kind of want to go to Japan. That sounds fun. All right, I think that'll work. That looks like a stopwatch. Cool. Japan on the top of everybody's bucket list. Yeah, that's fair. It's just all the pictures I've seen of Japan are beautiful. Yeah, I'd love to go. Can optimize here a little bit. Cool. I think we're ready to unwrap this. Been playing any games recently? Still play a lot of Fortnite. I've sunk a lot of hours into Balatro. That game is really fun. Been playing Ghost of Tsushima. That one's fun. I've been taking my time on that one because I don't want it to end. But then Ghost of Yotai comes out this year, which should be pretty good. But still a lot of Fortnite. What games are you into these days? Yeah, girlfriend and I will play Fortnite, but I don't play on mouse and keyboard anymore. Judge me. But I'll just lay back in bed and play on PlayStation, and she plays on her gaming laptop next to me. And it's a lot nicer than just playing down here in the office. Your controller too, so it's okay. I'm still pretty bad at controller, and I only play zero build now because I'm on controller. If I play with anybody on PC, I'll still do build mode, but zero build is where it's at, I feel, for controller. Alright, that looks fine to me. Let's go ahead and get this unwrapped and implemented. So for that, we're gonna duplicate this collection just as a backup. Oh no, only zero build. Yeah, judge me. I'm a boomer now. I've officially entered my boomer era. I guess I've always been a boomer to you though. So we can apply the bevel. Can apply the bevel and the, oh, we don't want to apply the array until we've unwrapped this. Yeah. How do I want to unwrap this? Probably want to minimize stretching, right? That works. So then we can apply the array. I've always been a bit of a boomer. Man, I've been streaming for since 2018. That's, I'm not a math person. 7 years. Off and on, obviously, but that's pretty wild. It's a pretty significant chunk of life. We want to pin these because I like where those are. We'll pin those. Because these just have to. Yeah, these have to stay nice and flat. And now if we unwrap, those will stay in place, which is nice. Sorry, YouTube. Yeah, I was on YouTube for like a year, a couple of years, and I was on YouTube for a long time before I moved over to Twitch, but I didn't start streaming on YouTube till around 2018 when I had the heart surgery. I had streamed like a couple times before that just for fun, but I actually started taking it serious after the heart surgery. And then I don't take it seriously anymore. Now I just do it for fun again, which is the right way to do it. This should unwrap just fine. This should be fine. This should be fine. Let's get these unwrapped. Probably like that, I guess. I think that works. And then these are unwrapped. I gotta unwrap this. All I'm doing right now is taking my 3D models and laying them out flat. These can probably cut up the corners a little bit. First streamer you ever watched. Wow, I'm flattered. I'll probably just cut the edges here. I think that's correct. Yeah, that's probably fine. That's good enough, I think. Good enough. There's a point of the day where you just call it good enough. Now we just unwrap all this, and then we do a pack. And hopefully the packing respects my pen. It did not. Let's see. That was pretty immediate. It did not. Okay then, buddy boy. Where is the pinning option? Advanced options? Lock groups. Enable lock groups. Assign islands to lock group. Pack? Nope. Okay, I locked them together, but it didn't lock them in place. I need them to stay in place. What I'm doing right now is laying my geometry out flat so I know how to apply, so the software knows how to apply textures to it. Then we're gonna texture paint this bad boy. Okay, lock group. Pack to others. Let's try that. There we go. That's what we're looking for. I think that'll work great. All right, so let's make sure all of our normals are facing the right way. It looks all furry now. Looks like everything's Gucci, as the kids would say. So let's go ahead and do File, Export, FBX, Selected Objects, Z up, Face, Mesh. We're gonna call this Time Power Up, which we may want to add a plus to it somewhere. Maybe for time plus. Don't know if kids say that anymore. Whatever. They do in my mind. Adobe Substance 3D Painter. We're going to do some textures on this. after I stretch because I'm feeling my age. I will turn 34 in a few weeks. That's nuts. I'm old as shit. I'm gonna open something. We're looking for our multiplier power up. Oh, I need to make sure the material's correct for this. Material. What is it called here? Multiply power. Whoa, big 34. Yeah. It was 33 last year. That's a palindrome year. How's it going, Amethyst? Let's do that. File, export, FBX, time power up. And then file, save as. And I'm already hungry. That's the problem with doing a steak salad for lunch. Salads just aren't that filling. I'd be playing Fallout New Vegas right now. I heard that's a really good game. I have not played it. We're gonna call this time power up substance. We're gonna rename multiply power to time power. And then rename it here too. Finished Fallout 3 like a month ago. The only one I've played is Fallout 4, and then I briefly played 76, and 76 was awful when it first came out. I haven't played it since. I've heard it got better. Okay, time power. Last time we're exporting it, I think. So we can go to edit, project configuration. They fixed everything in 76, so it's actually decent now. Because, like, the idea of a multiplayer Fallout was appealing to me, but I just don't have time to play it now. Power-ups, time power-up. Okay, okay. It's going to recalculate everything. When you play Fallout 4 first, you might not like 3 in New Vegas because mechanics are different. That's fair. I've heard 3 and New Vegas are more like actual role-playing games than 4 though. 4 is pretty linear, I feel. Like, it's open world, you can explore, but I've heard that like you have a lot more freedom in New Vegas and 3. I don't know how true that is. I haven't played either, obviously. Okay, so we want to bake these mesh maps. Doing nerd shit over here. Look at me. Haven't played much of 4, but 3 and New Vegas have a lot of RPG stuff. I enjoyed 4 for what it was. I never finished it. Damn, and it already looks basically correct. Hell yeah. There's one change I want to make, and that's to the emissive color. I want to make this a little bit lighter so it stands out as like a stopwatch face. So I'm going to add a new material that's just emissive. And we're going to copy this, paste it, add a black mask, apply it only to this UV island. Ooh, what's going on there? Oh, I see. Oh, this is actually gonna work to my advantage. Okay, so we want to assign there, and then we want to do filter bevel. What did we do here? Minus 0.39. let's make this a different color just so we can see now. I want to make the watch face like a little bit brighter than the rings, so it looks more like a watch face. So we'll bevel this. I guess like a decent amount. Like that looks pretty cool. And then add a paint. And I don't want like so much occlusion in the middle. So we're just gonna paint that out with a paintbrush. Good old fashioned painting. You blur more. I'm thinking instead of doing the bevel, it might be better to just do a paint and blur it. So just add a paint. Well, first of all, set it to black. Then add a paint. And then just manually paint around here. And then do a filter and a blur. Turn that off. Can probably honestly get a lot closer to the edges here. Doesn't have to be perfectly circular either. Imperfections will make it look better. I tell myself every day. Looking pretty cool. So we want like just, it's very subtle, I think. That looks pretty cool. Then that looks pretty cool. We can even mess with the colors some if we want to. Like what color would a time power up be? Maybe purple? Maybe blue? Nah, I guess I'll just keep it yellow for now. I think yellow's fine. Make this a little bit whiter. More extreme. Something like that's pretty cool. File, export textures. We want to do these as Unreal Format name. And we'll put these under time power up. I'm getting hungry. Open output directory, go back to Unreal, go to our power-ups folder. And let's see how we handled this. Okay, we had outer target, inner target. So we made these fancy animated materials, which is why I needed the rails to stay exactly the same. So we're going to duplicate this and call it time power up mat. We need a mask for the outer ring. The inner ring, there isn't one. What did we do for the... Oh, just left those off. Oh, we need to fix that then. Okay, so now we need to add paint. Turn you off. Turn you off. Turn you off. Add paint. Turn you off. You off. You off. You off. Cool. And then we need a mask. So let's just turn this on. Clear mask. Make an outer ring mask. And say export mask to file. And then we need the outer, that mask should be identical to the other ones. Mask underscore. Okay. So now, under textures, we want emissive, base color, and masks. I don't think we used the roughness at all on these. They're too far away from the camera for it to matter. Oh, I'm grabbing those. I stand corrected. This one is not sRGB. So now we want to go into our time power up material. We also want to grab our time power up FBX. We can delete the time power material. We can replace this with our time power up material. Which you'll notice the ring is correct, but nothing else is. So we have to fix that. Grab our time textures, inclusion, roughness goes here. Base color. Goes here. That's correct. Looks like I will need a mask. Here, let's so we can see what's going on. Oh. You just have a mask. Interesting. Huh. That makes my life a little bit harder. I like these emissive colors. So I guess what we do is we just grab our emissive instead, since we got fancy. And just replace all of the references of the combined. Getting there. We don't want to blink the... Oh, let's grab our face mask, I guess. This is gonna be a little bit more of a puzzle than I thought it was. Okay, we don't need this to blink, I don't think. So we can just skip this part. Now I just need to get rid of the X. So we can just skip that add. And there we have a time power up. So now I can replace our mesh. Time power up. Looks pretty cool to me. So now, when it gets hit, spawn combo counter. Oh, okay, I see. So we will duplicate this. We'll set variable, but it'll just be solid yellow, and we'll just say +10. Or plus we can make a blitz time. I think we already have a blitz time variable. Blitz time power up. Make that an integer. Put both of these under blitz. So compile game mode, save. Blitz time power up. Oh, I have to actually. So let's get text 0. We can remove that just for design's sake. And then combo counter 2, we want to find that. Duplicate it. I think I made it time increase, right? Yeah, okay. Make this smaller because there's no reason to take up that much real estate. And then also need to make sure we have collision on this. So if we look at our multiplier, nope, that doesn't quite do it. There we go, that'll work. And then we need to match the collision settings of the other one, which literally just blocks everything, it looks like. We'll have it overlap everything except bombs, which it will block. I can even ignore everything else. Cool. I think that'll work. Let's try it. Unable to render. Really? Try that again. There we go. doing its thing. I need to save anything? Is that why? Oh, it's just processing. Okay. God damn, the new menu looks so good. Let's mode. Start. Should get one immediately. Nice. Wait for a target. No text. Oh, it did do text. Just doesn't stay up very long, and the explosion kind of covers it. This +0. Oh, I probably have the... Too many fake outs. Okay, new high score. That's cool. Make sure this didn't screw up classic mode. Damn it. Damn it. Get rid of that. Oh man, just lost my combo. fucking cord, dude. Damn. Oof. I was lucky. It works. It all works. And that's the important part. Hello, how you doing? Sorry I missed your message, Trampling Pony. I've was in the middle of the game. Really productive day. We've done really good. Let's see, we've been live for 8 hours and 9 minutes. We got a whole lot done today. And we have new power-ups that we made that look like a little stopwatch. That's fun. Whew. Make it look cool for my second a day, perhaps. Okay. I think I'm gonna call it there for the day. Really good progress. Come back tomorrow morning, knock some more stuff out. We're making really good progress on this game. This is awesome. This is going very well. I should probably try to get another like actual build uploaded to the Quest store. So let me go ahead and do that. Build or platforms. Package project. Alpha 16. Oof. Let's get this uploaded. And then I'm going to test it on my Quest 2 later to make sure performance is still up to snuff. So I need to get that all charged. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick while this is packaging. I should stop the package. I need to fix something real quick. Under our game mode. Need to set the default for this to 10. Hit compile. And then under our little target power up, I want to make it take longer to animate. Maybe like 1.5 or even 2. Nah, 1.5 is probably fine. Oh, something like that's probably good. Okay, Alpha 16, select folder. Here we go. I need some water and some chapstick, honestly. Just gonna sit here and stare at the camera awkwardly. I need to make sure. And I need to remember how to upload this. Damn, it is taking its sweet time, huh? This sounds like Stardew Valley. It says it's stream beats. I sounded like Stardew Valley for a second there. Hey, package complete. Okay. Let's see if we can get it uploaded. Shipping, ARM64. I believe that's the correct APK. OBB. Main 15. Why is it still 15? Oh, wrong version. Shit. Have to rebuild. I didn't update the version. Okay. Delete. Package. Okay, save at 16. Now wait again. Should go faster this time though, because it has all the staging files done. Doobie doo woppa doobie doo woppa scuba doo woppa doo. I'm scatting. Brrrg. Hopefully this works on Quest 2. I have no idea that it will. Might just have to make this a Quest 3 game if it doesn't. It should be optimized enough to run on Quest 2 though. What do I want to do for the rest of the day? This is taking a while. I thought it would take less time this time. I should be done here shortly. Okay, now we can select it. Office 16. Shipping. Next. I'm doing all this off screen because I don't know if it's important to keep it secret or not. Upload. It's going. Oh, I should go ahead and fix the punch effects on the combo fists. Okay. Blueprints, enemies, combo. Punch event. On overlap. Then on hit. Oh, I see. We didn't put the location for the punch effects. So we're gonna just upload another build tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll make a little video saying, hey, if you're testing this game. What other issues are running into? I want to fix I want to get music going, but I need to find good music for the new mode. Let's make a list of stuff to do tomorrow. I think I'm fine with the left-right bombs for now. Tomorrow, let's add pro tips. Find at least temporary music for blitz mode. Um, make lights slowly blink and get faster as blitz mode goes on. Tweak blitz mode bag. Button sound effects. Sunday. Tweak blitz mode. Okay, now let me download this to make sure it works. I can close that. I don't have to see what I'm seeing for this. Installing. I'll play it and make sure that it's the right build and everything. Hell yeah. I already have everything unlocked. I guess my save file did not go away. This is nice. This works. Oh yeah. If I quit, go to settings, storage. What if there's a way to, oh, I can clear app data. This should get rid of my unlocks. I know y'all can't see what I'm seeing. Okay, there we go. Nice. bug. Okay, I'm gonna call the stream there. Thanks everybody for stopping by and hanging out and keeping me company. We made really gosh darn good progress today. So, have a good one, I guess. Bye.